Luke, a bull, John, an eagle, and in early Gospel books their portraits are usually accompanied by the appropriate symbols. A 235 ff. Matthew XXV. 14 ff. Luke 19. 12 ff. A 245. Contemplative lyf or active lyf. The merits of these two ways of life were endlessly disputed in the Middle Ages. In 11b Wycliffe attacks the position of the monks and of Roll's followers, and the author of Pearl, 661 ff. Takes up the related question of salvation by works or by grace. A 246. Psalm 8. 1 a 264. Jusserand gives a brief account of the old-time physicians in English wayfaring life, pp. 177 ff. The best were somewhat haphazard in their methods, and the mountebanks brought discredit on the profession. Here are a few 14th-century prescriptions. For hym that haves the squinancy, quinsy, tack a fat cat, and fleur it well and clean, and draw out the guts, and tack the grease of an urchin, hedgehog, and the fat of a bear, and resines, and fenugreek, and sorge, sage, and gum of woadbindy, and virgin wax, all this my great, small, and farce, stuff, the cat within els thu farces goes, rost hit hail, and jedder the grease, and anoint hym with reliquae antiqua, ed Wright and Halliwell, 1841, volume I, p. 51. Yf a wood hunt hat bitter man, take 2, n, Carsin, Towncross, and Pulley pennyroyal, and se hit in water, and fhym to drink, and hit skull cast out venom, and if you missed, might, how v hundis here, lay hit urto, and hit skull hele hit. Medical works of the 14th century, E.D.G. Henslow, London 1899, p. 19. A good ointment for gout, take grease of a boar, and grease of a ratown, and catis grease, and voxis grease, and horse grease, and grease of a broke, badger, and take feverfew, and isil, vinegar, and stamp hem together, and take a light linst, and stamp hit well, and do hit urto, and meng together, and het hit in a sherd, and with anoint gout by the fui. Do so often hit skull be whole. Ibid. p. 20, a 284. Lammas time, August the 1st, when the new corn, L 294, would be in. On this day a loaf was offered as first fruits, whence the name, Oe. Hla with Macron F. Maes. A 307 ff. Owing to repeated famines, the wages of manual labor rose throughout the first half of the 14th century. A crisis was reached when the Black Death, 1349, so reduced the number of workers that the survivors were able to demand wages on a scale which seemed unconscionable to their employers. By the Statute of Laborers, 1350 and 1351, an attempt was made to force wages and prices back to the level of 1346. 4 days haymaking 1d was to be the maximum wage, for reaping 2d or 3d. Throughout the second half of the 14th century vain attempts were made to enforce these maxima, and the penalties did much to fan the unrest that broke out in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. A 309-10. From Bankai of the Disticha of Dionysius Cato, a collection of proverbs famous throughout the Middle Ages. A 321. Saturn was a malevolent planet, as we see from his speech in Chaucer's Knight's Tale, 1595 ff. A 324. Death, the plague. B1. Cornhill. Cornhill was one of the liveliest quarters of 14th century London, and a haunt of idlers, beggars, and doubtful characters. Its pillory and stocks were famous. Its market where, if the London lick penny is to be credited, dealing in stolen clothes was a speciality, was privileged above all others in the city. See the documents in Riley's Memorials of London. B2. Kite, in the B text, Parsus 18. 425-6, Kite is mentioned again, and writ with that I waked and called Kit my wife and Calote my daughter. B4. Lollards of London. The followers of Wycliffe were called Lollards by their opponents, but the word here seems to mean idlers as in L31. Luidhimites, lay hermits. Hermits were not necessarily in holy orders, and so far from seeking complete solitude, they often lived in the cities or near the great highways, where many passers would have opportunity to recognize their merit by giving alms. See Cuts, Scenes and Characters of the Middle Ages, pp. 93 ff. B5. For I judged those men as reason taught me. Skeat's interpretation, that made of means made verses about, is forced. The sense is that the idlers and hermits thought little of the dreamer, and he was equally critical of them. B6. As I came by conscience, as I passed by conscience, referring to a vision described in the previous passus, in which conscience is the principal figure. B10f. In hele and in vnight, in health and in my full senses, and rominge in remembrance qualify me. B14. Mo or moan, mo or stack. For these unrelated words see the glossary. B16. Hayward, by derivation hedgeward. He watched over enclosures and prevented animals from straying among the crops. Observe that me. Nouns denoting occupation usually survive in surnames. Baxter Baker, Bow, Chapman, Dyer, Falconer, Fletcher Arrowmaker, Steer, Franklin, Hayward, Lister, Litster, Dyer, Palmer, Reeve, Spicer, Sumner, Tyler maker or layer of tiles, Warner keeper of warrens, Webb, Webster, Wright, Yeoman, and CB 20-1. Or craft of any kind that is necessary to the community, to provide food for them that are bedridden. B24. Too long, too tall, cp. B text, Parses 15. 148. My name is Long Will. Consistency in such details in a poem full of inconsistencies makes it probable that the poet is describing himself, not an imagined dreamer. B33. Psalmluxii 12b45. 1 Corinthians 7. 20b46 ff. cp. The note to 11b 131 f. The dreamer appears to have made his living by saying prayers for the souls of the dead, a service which, from small beginnings in the early Middle Ages, had by this time withdrawn much of the energy of the clergy from their regular duties. See note to 11b 140 fb 49. Mysoon Psalms, the penitential psalms, normally 6, xxy, xx8, li, cii, cxxx, cxlii, in the numbering of the authorized version. The primer, which contained the devotions supplementary to the regular church service, included the placebo, dirige, and the 7 psalms. See the edition by Little Hales for the Early English Text Society. B50. For your souls of such as me helpen, combines the constructions for souls of such as me helpen, and for your souls at me helpen. B51. Voshan Saf, supply me as object, warrant me that I shall be welcome. B61. 1 Thessalonians v15, Leviticus 19. 18 B63. Churches, here and in L110 read the Norse form kirks for the alliteration, as in a 28, 85. But the English form also belongs to the original, for it alliterates with ch at a 12, 50. B64. Dominus, and c. Psalm 16. 5b83. Simon's son, a son of Simon Magus, one guilty of simony, or one who receives preferment merely because of his wealth. B90. Matthew 4. 4b 103-4. Similarist, and c. Matthew 13. 44 Mulia q. and c. Luke 15. 8 ff. 9 Dialect, Southeast Midland. Vocabulary. A number of French words are taken over from the original, for example per E81, Riot 83, Violasters 97, Sapphire Loop 116, Gowards 139, Clogilofers 157, Canal 158, Avald 195, Train, Fortania 222, Bugles 256, Gouts Artetiques 314, Distrainen 315. Inflections, almost modern. Verb, present int. 3sg. Shaweth 19, Taneth 23. 3pl Ben 4, Han 14, Wexen 22, Lu 100. Present pfle, ynge 148, 252, Recordinge 317. Strong pp. UN 90, Begon 171. Pronoun 3 pers. Plei 5, here 71, hem 20. Sounds, oe. A with Macron becomes, hoot 11, cold 31. Oe. Y appears as y, equals I by Ginge 90, kyn kind 256, except regular left, hand, 69, 71, 72, where modern English has also adopted the southeastern form of OELYFT. 21-3. The French original says that the children have white hair when they are young, which becomes black as they grow up. 24-5. The belief that one of the three kings came from Ethiopia is based on Ps. 8. 31. Princes shall come out of Egypt, Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. In medieval representations, one of the three is usually a Negro. 27. Imlek, miswritten for Ualak, a name for India taken from Havilah of Genesis 2. 11:28. At is, Emor, Yundi has probably fallen out of the text after is. 34-5. Aloe crystal drawth, to color like oil. The insertion of to is necessary to give sense, and is supported by the French, crystal e aunastratrahan to color d'huile. Ms. Harley 4383, f34b. 36-7. The translation is not accurate. The French has, it appelle hom les dements enceo pays harmies. 64 ff. It was supposed that the pearl-bearing shellfish opened at low tide to receive the dewdrops from which the pearls grew. 74 If you like, if it please you, impersonal equals French si vous plaist. 75 E lapidari, Latin lapidarium, was a manual of precious stones, which contained a good deal of pseudo-scientific information about their natures and virtues, just as the bestiary summed up popular knowledge of animals. A Latin poem by Marbod, Bishop of Rennes, d. 1123, is the chief source of the medieval lapidaries, and, curiously enough, there is a French prose text attributed by so intimate an authority as Jean d'Altemers to Mandeville himself. Several old French texts have been edited by L. Panier, Les Lapidaires Françaises du Moyen Âge, Paris 1882. Their high repute may be judged from the inclusion of no less than 7 copies in the library of Charles V of France, d. 1380, and it is surprising that no complete version is known. But much of the matter was absorbed into encyclopedic works like the De Proprietatibus Rerum of Bartholomeus, which Treviser translated. 97 mistranslated. The French has, Chi sunt violastra, ou pluis brown que violets. 100-1. But in sooth to me, French, mis endroit de moi, but for my part, the English translator has rendered endroit separately. 108. Therefore, the context requires the sense because, but the translator would hardly have used therefore had he realized that ll. 108-9 correspond to a subordinate clause in the French, and do not form a complete independent sentence. He was misled by the bad punctuation of some French MSS. For example Royal 20BX and, with consequent corruption, Harley 4383. 136 Cathay, China. See the classic work of Colonel Yule, Cathay and the Way Thither, 2 vols, London 1866. The modernization of the Catalan map of 1375 in volume I gives a good idea of Mandeville's geography. 142 Without N. Wall. The story of the vegetable lamb is taken from the Voyage of Friar Odoric, which is accessible in Hakluyt's Voyages. Hakluyt's translation is reprinted, with the Eastern Voyages of John de Plano Carpini, 1246, and of William de Rubruquis, 1253, in the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, ed. W. Pollard, London 1900. The legend probably arose from vague descriptions of the cotton plant, and Mandeville makes it still more marvelous by describing as without wool the lamb which had been invented to explain the wool's existence. 143-4 of At Fruitae Houghton. This assertion seems to be due to the English translator. The normal French text has simply, existe bien grand merual de CEO fruit, existe grand hour, equals oeuvre, de nature, ms Royal 20BX, F70B. 147 The Burnix, the barnacle goose, introduced here on a hint from Odoric, is a species of wild goose that visits the northern coasts in winter. It was popularly supposed to grow from the shellfish called barnacle, which attaches itself to floating timber by a stalk something like the neck and beak of a bird, and has feathery filaments not unlike plumage. As the breeding place of the barnacle goose was unknown, and logs with the shellfish attached were often found on the coasts, it was supposed that the shellfish was the fruit of a tree, which developed in the water into a bird. Giraldus Cambrensis, Topographia Hibernica, I-15, reproves certain casuistical members of the Church who ate the barnacle goose on fast days on the plea that it was not flesh, but himself vouches for the marvel. The earliest reference in English is number 11 of the Anglo-Saxon riddles, of which the best solution is barnacle goose. For a full account see Max Muller's Lectures on the Science of Language, Volume 2, pp. 583-604 157. Gret Notes of Yundi, Coconuts. 163-4 Goth and Magath, see Ezekiel X8 and X6. The forms of the names are French. 170 God of Nature. Near the end of the Travels it is explained that all the Eastern peoples are deists, though they have not the light of Christianity, I believen in God at formed all thing and made the world, and klepen him God of Nature. 191-2 At school not gone out on no sid, but be the cost of higher lond. The general sense requires the omission of but, which has no equivalent in the original French text. Chils ent, essent force duas la coste de sater, MS Sloane 1464, F 139b. But some MSS, like Royal 20BX, have force QE-duous, a faulty reading that must have stood in the copy used by the Cotton translator. CP Note to L 108. 199 to 204 Gret mile, renders the French III grants use. There is no great mile among English measures. 209 ff. In the Middle Ages, references to the Jews are nearly always hostile. They were hated as enemies of the Church, and prejudice was hardened by stories, like that in the text, of their vengeance to come, or of ritual murder, like Chaucer's Prioress's Tale. England had its supposed boy martyrs, William of Norwich, d. 1144, and Hugh of Lincoln, d. 1255, whom the Prioress invokes, O young Hugh of Lincoln, slain also with cursed Jews, as it is notable, for it is but a light while ago, pray eke for us, and see religion was not the only cause of bitterness. The Jews, standing outside the Church and its laws against usury, at a time when financial needs had outgrown feudal revenues, became the moneylenders and bankers of Europe, and with a standard rate of interest fixed at over 40%, debtors and creditors could hardly be friends. In England, the Jews reached the height of their prosperity in the 12th century, so that in 1188 nearly half the national contribution for a crusade came from them. In the 13th century their privileges and operations were cut down, and they were finally expelled from the country in 1290, C. J. Jacobs, The Jews of Angevin, England, 1893. The Lombards, whose consciences were not nice, took their place as financiers in 14th century England. 222 Train, Red Tania, OFR. Tinera Borough. 237 to 8 The cotton plant has already given us the vegetable lamb, L 142. This more prosaic account is taken from the Istola Alexandri ad Aristotelem, in Bactriason, Penitus ad Abditosius, quod genus hominum foliis arborum disserpendo lanagenem ex silvestri vela vests detecunt, Julius Valorus, edb Cubula, p. 194. From the same text come the hippopotami, the bitter waters, Cubula, p. 195, and the griffins, Cubula, p. 217. The letter of Alexander was translated into Anglo-Saxon in the 10th century. 254 ff. Talowns etc. In the 1725 edition there is a reference to one 4-foot long in the Cotton Library with the inscription, Griffi unguis devo Cuthberto Dunel mensi sacca, Griffin's talon, sacred to Saint Cuthbert of Durham. This specimen is now in the medieval department of the British Museum, and is really the slim, curved horn of an ibex. The inscription is late, 16th century, but the talon was catalogued among the treasures of Durham in the 14th century. 260 Prestra iron, Old French Prestra Jean, or John the Priest, was reputed to be the Christian ruler of a great kingdom in the East. A rather minatory letter professing to come from him reached most of the princes of Europe, and was replied to in all seriousness by Pope Alexander III. Its claims include the lordship over the tribes of Gog and Magog whom Alexander the Great walled within the mountains. Official missions were sent to establish relations with him, but neither in the Far East nor in northern Africa, where the best opinion in later times located his empire, could the great king ever be found. The history of the legend is set out by Yule in the article Prester John in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. 261 Isle of Pentexoir, to Mandeville. Most eastern countries are isles. Pentexoir in the French text of Odoric is a territory about the Yellow River. Yule, Cathay, Volume I, p. 146. 262 ff. For comparison, the French text of the epilogue is given from MS Royal 20bx, f83a, the words in, being supplied from MS Sloane 1464, il wire plus ors autos diuas pies, it mouts daughters meruals par de la, queio name tout vu, sign in sauroi propriment parla. It mismament el piecnqli est, wire plus ors diuas etis don't ione face point el mention, que trop seroit long chose tout deusa. It per ceoqeio vous a deusage dascans pies, vous doit suffire quanta present. Que io deus oit out quantx viest par de la, vn autraci se penroatit traualeroat la cor per ala en cells marches, it per searcha la pies, seroit empesches palmis dits a recontenuls choses estranges, que il ne peroit rendia de nu el, en quo li oyents y puissent prendre solaces. It lemmed it tout disque choses nouvelles plaisant. Cimentes atant, sons plus recontenuls diuas etis chi soyant par de la, a la fin qecis vora ala en cells partis y trou assea dia. It io han mondu il disudit. Chi men party de numbers pies it passe le melan de grace milk xide, chi moint terit moint passage it moint pays a puis searches, it qyast en moint bone company it en mold beal fate, cum bnqeio, ne fuis dignus, it, ne fisvncus ne beal fate ne beal emprise. It chi maintenance sui venus a repose more gramine, per gouts artetics chi moi distrainant, en praenan solac en mon shiti repose, en recordant le temps pass, assists choses. Compiles it mises en escript, si cum il mi poet suunia, land a grace mil ccc.lvime. Exxuthriton qeio men party de nos pies. Si prietouts les licence, si lauaplist, chils violent diu prior per moi, it io prior per ux. It touts sils chi per moi durant vne paternoster que diu mi face remission de mis pecis. Io les face partenas it laur o troi part des touts les born pelrinages it des touts les bn fates qeio fisvnkis, it qeio ferre, si diuplist, vncoria skis amar fyn. It prior diu, de q white out bn it tout grace descent, chill touts les licences citoyens christians voile de sa grace reapla, it lau accorit les alms soeur, a la glory it longe de lichist trins it vns, it sons commencement it sons fin, sons qualite bon, sons quantite grants, en touts lius present it touts choses continent, it qy null bnne poet amenda ne null mal en pyra, qyen trinite parfite vitit regen part outs sickles it part outs temps. Amen. 274 Blamed. The Old French verb empestre means both to hinder, prevent, and to accuse, impeach. But here empestres should have been translated by prevented, not blamed. 284 to 306 This passage, which in one form or another appears in nearly all the MSS. In English, has no equivalent in the MSS. In French so far examined, and, as it conflicts with LL. 313 FF. Which, apart from the peculiarities of the cotton rendering, indicate that the travels were written after Mandeville's return, it must be set down as an interpolation. The art of forging credentials was well understood in the Middle Ages, and the purpose of this edition was to silence doubters by the imprimatur of the highest authority, just as the marvel of the dancers of Colbeck is confirmed by the sponsorship of Pope Leo IX, I 246-9. The different interpretation of the latest editor, Harmlius, who thinks it was intended as a sly hit at the papacy. Quarterly Review for April 1917, pp 349f, seems to rest on the erroneous assumption that the passage belonged to the French text as originally written. The anachronism by which the author is made to seek the Pope in Rome gives a clue to the date of the interpolation. From the beginning of the 14th century until 1377 Avignon, and not Rome, was the seat of the Pope, and for another 30 years there was doubt as to the issue of the conflict between the popes, who had their headquarters at Rome and were recognized by England, and the antipopes, who remained at Avignon and had the support of the French. The facts were notorious, so that the anachronism would hardly be possible to one who wrote much before the end of the century, even though he were a partisan of the Roman court. From internal evidence it would seem that the interpolation first appeared in French. The style is the uniform style of translation, with the same tags, and Skulvenderstond equals it sachies, if it like ou equals si vusplist, and the same trick of double rendering, for example of deus sect and of believe, wis and discreet, the auctor any the person. More decisive is an example of the syntactical compromise explained in the note to L 329, by the which the Mappa Mundi was made after. With so many French MSS of Mandeville in use in England, an interpolation in French would have more authority than one that could not be traced beyond English, and it can hardly be an insuperable objection that no such French text exists today, since our knowledge of the Cotton and Egerton versions themselves depends in each case on the chance survival of a single MS. The point has a bearing on the vexed question of the relations of the English texts one to another. For brevity we may denote by D the defective text of the early prints and most MSS. Which is specially distinguished by a long gap near the beginning, by C the cotton text, E.D. Halliwell, Pollard, Harmlius, by E the Egerton text, E.D. Warner. Nicholson, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and Warner give priority to D, and consider that C and E are independent revisions and expansions of D by writers who had recourse to the French original. Their argument seems to be this: there is precise evidence just before the gap that D derives direct from a mutilated French text, C. Inc. Brit. And if it be granted that a single translation from the French is the base of C, D, and E, it follows that C and E are based on D. A fuller study by Foggles, Handschrift like unto such ungenuber die English version Mandeville's, Krefeld 1891, brings to light a new fact: the two Bodleian MSS. E. Museo 116 and Rawlinson D. 99, contain an English translation, say L, made from a Latin text of the Travels. Foggles also shows that E is based on D, because the characteristic lacuna of D is filled in E by a passage which is borrowed from L and is not homogeneous with the rest of E. So far there is no conflict with the view of Nicholson and Warner. But, after adducing evidence in favor of the contention that C, D, and E are at base one translation, Foggles concludes that D derives from C, arguing thus: there is good evidence that C is a direct translation from the French. And if it be granted that a single translation from the French is the base of C and D, it follows that D derives from C. In short, the one party maintains that C is an expansion of D, the other that D is an abridgment of C, and this flat opposition results from the acceptance of common ground, that C and D represent in the main one translation and not two translations. To return to our interpolation, 1. Foggles's first piece of evidence that C, D, and E are at base one translation is the appearance in all of this interpolation, which is absent from the MSS. In French. But a passage so remarkable might spread from one to the other of two independent English texts, or if the interpolation originated in England in a MS of the French text since lost, it might be twice translated. 2. Foggles assumes that the interpolation first appeared in type C. But C is the form in which it would be least likely to originate, because here the contradiction of statement is sharpest owing to the rendering at LL 313-14, and now I am comen whom, which is peculiar to C, see the French. 3. If, in order to eliminate individual peculiarities, we take two MSS of the D type, say Harley 2386 and Royal 1768, we find that their text of the interpolation is identical with that of E. This is consistent with Foggles's finding that the body of E derives from D, and it confirms the evidence of all the defective MSS. That the interpolation in this particular form was an integral part of the D type. 4. But between the text of the interpolation in D and that in C there are differences in matter, in sentence order, and in phrasing, which, while they do not exclude the possibility of interdependence, do not suggest such a relation. In D the passage is a naked attempt at authentication, in C it is more artfully though more shamelessly introduced by the touch of piety conventional in epilogues. And as the signs of a French original that appear in C are absent from D, it is unlikely that the text of the interpolation in C derives from D. 5. Again, in D and E the addition follows the matter of LL. 307 to 20. Unfortunately, though the balance of probability is in favor of the order in C, the order intended by the interpolator is not certain enough to be made the basis of arguments. But such a difference in position is naturally explained from the stage when the interpolation stood in the margin of a MS, or on an inserted slip, so that it might be taken into the consecutive text at different points. And an examination of the possibilities will show that if the interpolation originated in French, the different placing is more simply explained on the assumption that C and D are independent translations than on the assumption that one of them derives from the other. To sum up, the central problem for the history of the English texts is the relation of C and D taken by itself. The evidence afforded by the text of the interpolation is against the derivation of C from D. It neither favors nor excludes the derivation of D from C, it rather favors independent translation in C and D. For the relations of the rest of the text, these deductions afford no more than a clue. Against independent translation of C and D stands the evidence adduced by Foggles for basic unity. Much of this could be accounted for by the coincidences that are inevitable in literal prose translations from a language so near to English in vocabulary and word order, and a few striking agreements might be due to the use of French MSS having abnormal variants in common, or even to reference by a second translator to the first. The remainder must be weighed against a considerable body of evidence in the contrary sense, for example several places where the manuscripts of the French text have divergent readings, of which C translates one, and D another. It is unlikely that any simple formula will be found to cover the whole web of relationships, but any way of reconciling the conclusions of the authorities should be explored, and the first step is an impartial sifting of all the evidence, with the object of discovering to what extent C and D are interdependent, and to what extent independent translations. The chief obstacle is the difficulty of bringing the necessary texts together. For an investigator who wished to clear the ground would have to face the labor of preparing a six-text Mandeville, in the order, French, C, D, E, L, Latin. 301 Mappa Mundi, OFR. And Me. Mappemundi was the generic name for a chart of the world, and, by extension, for a descriptive geography of the world. It is not clear what particular Mappa Mundi is referred to here, or whether such a map was attached to the manuscript copy of the Travels in which this interpolation first appeared. 329 Fro whom all goodness and grace cometh fro, cp. 24-5 The Lond of the which on of the R.E. Kinges, was Kyngf, 76-80 of whom all science, cometh from, and 301-2 be the which the Mappa Mundi was made after. The pleonasm is explained by the divergence of French and Me. Word order. In French, as in modern literary English, the preposition is placed at the beginning of the clause, before the relative, de qui, don't, and si, me. Writers naturally use the relative that, and postpone the preposition to the end of the clause, for example at all goodness cometh fro. The translator compromises between his French original and his native habit by placing the preposition both at the beginning and at the end. Dialect, Northern Scots. The MS copy was made in 1487, more than a century after the poem was composed. Vocabulary, note till to 477, in rhyme, sign afterwards 35, 112, the forms 6 such 135, begoth 94, and the short verbal forms ma, in rhyme, make 14, tain, in rhyme, taken 19. Inflections, verb, present ind. 3 sg. Has 76. 3 pl has 52, mise 72, but tie half 16. Present p Rhineland 17, Vinland 129, in rhyme. Strong pp. Gain 84, draw in 124. Pronoun 3 pas dot, sg. Feme. Nom. Sco, in rhyme, 80, pl Taiwan, ter 28, tame 3. Sounds, oe. A with Macron remains, Bristane, in rhyme, 20, Saria 51. Oe. Close, appears as u, good 36, fute 57, tume 143. Unaccented, e, d of weak pa. T and pp. Becomes, I, t, passed to, and c spelling, I, y, following a vowel indicates length, whale 10, 9 noon 67. Oe. Hw appears as ku, indicating strong aspiration. Kuhalis wheels 17, Ka 18 v and w are interchanged, with all 9, Behivin 163, Insnda 106. Book 17 of the Prose begins with the capture of Berwick by the Scots in March 1318. Walter Stewart undertakes to hold the city, and is aided in preparing defences by a Flemish engineer, John Crabbe. Next year King Edward II determines to recapture the stronghold by an attack from both land and sea. He entrenches his forces and makes the first assault unsuccessfully early in September 1319. In this battle the Scotch garrison capture a clever engineer, see note to L71 below. King Robert Bruce meanwhile orders a raid into England as a diversion, and on the 20th of September, 1319, an English army, led by the Archbishop of York, is disastrously defeated by the invaders at Myton. Our extract gives the story of the second assault on Berwick, which was also fruitless. The fortress fell into English hands again as a result of the Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, c. 1435–6. 5–6 They made a sow of great joists, which had a stout covering over it. The sow was essentially a roof on wheels. The occupants, under shelter of the roof, pushed up to the walls of the besieged place and tried to undermine them. For an illustration, see cuts, scenes and characters of the Middle Ages, pt 6, chap. 6, where other military engines of the time are described. 15 Crabbis Conseil, John Crabbe was the engineer of the garrison. He is no doubt the same as the John Crabbe who in 1332 brought Flemish ships round from Berwick to attack the English vessels at Dundee. There was an important Flemish colony at Berwick from early times. 36 Schivalter, the good steward, Walter Stewart, whose surname denotes his office as Steward of Scotland, was the father of Robert II, the first king of the Stuart line. 42 Rudavin, the 13th of September, the eve of the feast of the exaltation of the cross. 49 Tame, of the town, the defenders of the town. 51 Othen, or else. 71 ff. The Inginer, an English engineer captured by the garrison in the previous assault and forced into their service. 80 Sco, she, some engine of war not previously referred to, apparently a mechanical sling. 123 ff. The boats were filled with men and hoisted up the masts, so as to overtop the walls and allow the besiegers to shoot at the garrison from above. The same engine that proved fatal to the sow was used to break up the boats. 146 Our Wardane with him had, their warden, who had with him, cp. Note to 13-36. 158-61 A confused construction. The writer has in mind, 1. Of all the men he had there remained with him only one whom he had not left to relieve, and c. And, 2. There were no members of his company, except one, whom he had not left, and c. 11 Dialect, South Midland. Inflections, U for inflectional E, as in no ana 2, Sana 51, Inasa 29, Manus B 114 is found chiefly in West Midland. Verb, present int. 2 Sg. Maddist B 214. 3 Sg. Groundia 4. 3 PL Sana 1, Techin B5. Present P Brenninge B67. Strong PP. No Ana 2, UN B264, Take B271. Pronoun 3 Ps. Ple, ei, a 3, B9. Possessive usually in a 1, 23, and c. But her a 52, and regularly here in B25, 36, and c. Objective hema 4, B3. Sounds, oe. A with Macron appears regularly as o, Mora 7, Julia 10, Toolda 65. OE. Y appears as y, I, Sina 61, Styron B 93. The form OU equals OUB 190 probably indicates sound substitution, and in U now equals UNO B 149 there is wavering between the two forms a 12. Whit Sunday, the first element is OE. HWT white, not wit. A 25 ff. Translations of the Bible were common in France at this time. No less than 6 fine copies survive from the library of John, Duke of Berry, d. 1416. About the middle of the 14th century, King John of France ordered a new translation and commentary to be made at the expense of the Jews, but it was never finished, although several scholars were still engaged on it at the end of the century. The early French verse renderings, which incorporate a good deal of medieval legend, are described by J. Bonnard. Les traductions de la Bible en vers français au Moyen Age, Paris 1884, The Prose by S. Berger, La Bible française au Moyen Age, Paris 1884. Of the surviving manuscripts mentioned in these excellent monographs, several were written in England. A 28 ff. In earlier times, when most of those who could read at all were schooled in Latin, the need for English translations of the scriptures was not so pressing, and the partial translations that were made were intended rather for the use of the clergy and their noble patrons than for the people. Bede, d. 735. Completed a rendering of St. John's Gospel on his deathbed. Old English versions of the Gospels and the Psalms still survive. Abbot Ælfric, about AD 1000, translated the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and more than one Middle English version of the Psalms is known. Wycliffe was perhaps unaware of the Old English precedents because French renderings became fashionable in England from the 12th century onwards, and he would probably think of the Psalter more as a separate service book than as an integral part of the Bible. But the prologue to the Wycliffite version attributed to John Purvey quotes the example of Bede and King Alfred, and the dialogue on translation which, in Caxton's print, serves as preface to Trevise's translation of Higden, emphasizes the Old English precedents. Both may be read in 15th century prose and verse, E.D. W. Pollard, London 1903, pp. 193 ff. The attitude of the medieval church towards vernacular translations of the Bible has been studied very fully by Miss M. Deansley. The Lollard Bible and Other Medieval Biblical Versions, Cambridge 1920. A 34. Epley of York. The York Paternoster play has not survived, but there are records from 1389 of a guild of the Lord's Prayer at York, whose main object was the production of the play. It seems to have been an early example of the moral play, holding up the vices to scorn and the virtues to praise, and it probably consisted of several scenes, each exhibiting one of the 7 deadly sins. The last recorded representation was in 1572. C. Chambers, The Medieval Stage, Volume 2, p. 154. The association of the friars with the production of religious plays is confirmed by other writings of the time. They were quick to realize the value of dramatic representation as a means of gaining favor with the people, and their encouragement must be reckoned an important factor in the development of the miracle play. A 51. Whether, cp. B 207. In LL 197, 266, 274, It introduces a direct question, see note to V118. B20. Gregory, Gregory the Great. See his work in Primum Regum Expositions, BK3, C28, Predicators Autem Sanctae Ecclesiae, Prophetae Ministerio Iucunta, Mign, Patrologia, Volume 6, Col 158. B44. God. Such omissions from the Corpus MS are supplied throughout from the copy in Trinity College, Dublin, MSc 3. 12b 79-80. C.P. Luke Xi. 36 and 1 Thessalonians v 17. B 89-91. Proverbs x8. 9b 126. As Ambrose, in 386 Saint Ambrose, besieged in the Portian church at Milan by Arian sectaries, kept his followers occupied and in good heart by introducing the Eastern practice of singing hymns and antiphons. See Saint Augustine's Confessions Bank 9, c. 7. B 131-2. Placebo. Vespers of the Dead, named from the first word of the antiphon, Placebo Domino in Regem Vivarum, Psalm Xiv 9. Dirige. Matins of the Dead, named from the first word of the antiphon, Dirige, Domin, Deus Mus, in conspectutio viam meme, Psalm v9. Hence our word dirge. Commendation, an office in which the souls of the dead are commended to God. Matines of Our Lady, one of the services in honor of the Virgin introduced in the Middle Ages. The whole question of these accretions to the church services is dealt with by our English master in liturgical study, the late Mr. Edmund Bishop, in his essay introductory to the Early English Text Society's edition of the Primer, since reprinted with additional notes in his Liturgica Historica, Oxford 1918, pp. 211 ff. B 137 f Dischaunt, Kunter Note, and Organ, and Smal Brekinge. The elaboration of the church services in medieval times was accompanied by a corresponding enrichment of the music. To the plain chant additional parts were joined, sung in harmony either above or below the plain chant. Descant usually means the addition of a part above, organ and counternote, equals counterpoint, the addition of parts either above or below. All these could be composed note for note with the plain chant. But Smal Breking represents a further complication, whereby the single note in the plain chant was represented by two or more notes in the accompanying parts. B 140 f. The abuse is referred to in Piers Plowman, Persons and Parsheprists Plynid to the Bishope that Hure Partions Ben Porsit the pestilence time, to how license and lieu in London to dwell, and singe the for simony, for salua ys sweat. Prologue LL. 81-4 and by Chaucer in his description of the parson, he set nat his benefice to hire, and leat his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran to Lundown, unto St. Paul's, to seek an Hym a shown terry for souls. Prologue LL. 507-10 B 183. Ordinal of Salisbury. An ordinal is a book showing the order of church services and ceremonies. In medieval times there was considerable divergence in the usage of different churches. But after the conquest, and more especially in the 13th century, there was developed at Salisbury Cathedral an elaborate order and form of service which spread to most of the English churches of any pretensions. This was called Sarum or Salisbury use. B 209. E idomenit didly sin oppressed to fulfill, and c. For this construction, cp. Chaucer, Prologue 502. No wonder is allude man to rust. Shakespeare, Two Gentlemen of Verona, v4. 108 f. It is the lesser blot. Women to change their shapes, and c. The same construction, where we now insert for, is seen in Gawain, v 352-3, hit were a win huge, allude, atku, to love whom well, and cb 221-3. They say that a priest may be excused from saying Mass, to be the substance of which God gave himself, provided that he hears 1b 228 f new costi portos, antiphonas, grilles, and alaire boquets. Portos, French porte-hors, represents Latin portiforium, a breviary convenient for carrying out of doors. The antiphona contained the antiphons, responses, and c. necessary for the musical service of the canonical hours. The grille, or gradual, was so called from the gradual responses, sung at the steps of the altar, or while the deacon ascended the steps of the pulpit, but the book actually contained all the choral service of the Mass. B 230. Makinge of Biblis. Wycliffe in his office of curates, E.D. Matthew, p. 145, complains of the scarcity of Bibles. But few curatis han e Bible and expositions of e Gospelis, and litel studien on hem, and less done after hem. But wold God at EU e Pariskchik in his land had a good Bible. And CB 234. At this time books, especially illuminated books, were very dear. The Missal of Westminster Abbey, which is now shown in the chapter house, was written in 1382-4 at a cost of £34.14s. 7d. A great sum in those days, for the scribe, Thomas Preston, who took 2 years to write it, received only £4 for his labour, 20s. For his livery, and board at the rate of 21s. 8d. The half year. The inscription in British Museum MS Royal 19d2, a magnificently illustrated Bible with commentary, shows that it was captured at Poitiers with King John of France, and bought by the Earl of Salisbury for 100 marks, about £66. Edward III gave the same sum to a nun of Amesbury for a rich book of romance. In France John, Duke of Berry, paid as much as £200 for a breviary, and the appraisement of his library in 1416 shows a surprisingly high level of values. Elder-Lille, Le Cabinet des Manuscrits, Volume 3, pp 171 ff. These were luxurious books. The books from the chapel of Archbishop Boet of York, d. 1423, sold more reasonably, £8 for a great antiphona and £6 13s. 4d pro uno libro vocato by bill, were the highest prices paid, and from his library there were some fascinating bargains, 4s. For a small copy of Gregory's Cura Pastoralis, 5s. Pro uno libro vocato Johannes Andrew, Veteriarit Debili, which would probably turn out to be a dry work on the Decretals, and 3s. 4d for a nameless codex, Veteriarit Caduco, old and falling to pieces. Historians of the Church of York, E. D. J. Rain, Volume 3, pp 311, 315. But the failing activity of the monastic scriptoria, and the formation of libraries by the friars and by rich private collectors, made study difficult for students at the universities, where at this time a shilling per week, a third of the price of Boet's most dilapidated volume, was reckoned enough to cover the expenses of a scholar living plainly. The college libraries were scantily supplied. Books were lent only in exchange for a valuable pledge, or even pawned, in hard times, by the colleges themselves. These conditions were not greatly improved until printing gave an easy means of duplication, and for a time caused the humble manuscripts in which most of the medieval vernacular literature was preserved to be treated as waste paper. As late as the 18th century, Martin found the superb illuminated manuscripts left by John, Duke of Berry, to the Saint Chapel at Burges, serving as roosting places to their keepers' hens. Voyage littéraire, Paris 1717, pti. p. 29. b. 261-3. The references to Acts 6. 2. It is not reason that we should leave the word of God, and serve tables. b. 266. Wazir An. After these words the Corpus Ms. p. 170, Col I, L. 34 mid, without any warning, goes on to the closing passage of an entirely unrelated petition to the King and Parliament. By way of compensation, the end of our sermon appears at the close of the petition. Clearly the scribe, or some one of his predecessors, copied without any regard for the sense from a ms of which the leaves had become disarranged. b. 285. cp. Acts 3. 612 dialect, London, S.E. Midland, with Kentish features. Inflections. Verb, present ind. 3 sg. Loveth a 5, contracted stanza 74. 3 pl skewen a 136, halsen a 148, b, in rhyme, a 92. Present p groen dia 80. Strong pp. Scap, in rhyme, a 130, beside scap and a 169. Pronoun 3 pers dot, sg. Feme. Nom. Sche a 32, pl there a 148, here a 144, hem a 112. Unaccented final e is treated as in Chaucer, having its full value in the verse when it represents an inflection or final vowel in Old English or Old French, for example. And for he skuld slip softer 93 and up, which at Thealk throw B5 sounds, E appears as in Kentish for OE. Y, Hellhilla 65, 79, 86. Kest Kista 178, note the rhymes unskit, letter 71 to 2, pet pit, let be 9 to 10, and less decisive pet, nit, oenitan, b 29 to 30, 53 to 4, dret, b 23 to 4. Spelling, i.e. represents close. Flyer 10 dia 157, higher B 34, DM'd B 216. Syntax. The elaborate machinery of sentence connection deserves special attention, and many turns of phrase are explained by Gower's fluency in French. A1. Gower follows Ovid, Metamorphoses, BK 11. Chaucer tells the story of Ce and Alcyn in his Death of Blanche the Duchess, LL. 62 ff. This is presumably the early work to which the man of law refers. I can right now no thrifty tale sane but Chaucer, thig he can but lewdly on meters and on rymyng craftily, sid hem, in switch English as he can, of oldie time, as knoweth many a man, and if he have not sid hem, lev brother, in o book, he hath sid hem in another, for he hath tood of loveries up and down mo than Ovid made of Mencioin in his epistles, that been full oldie. What should I tellen hem, sin they ben told? In youth he made of Cis and Alcyon, and C, link to man of law's tale, LL 46 ff. Gower's rendering is the more poetical. A2. Trociny. Ovid's Trachinia Tellus, so called from the city of Trachis, northwest of Thermopylae. A23. As he which wold go, Otios, or at best meaning no more than desiring to go. CPB 25 as he which had equals having simply, and similarly B 37, 203. It is an imitation of a contemporary French idiom comme celui qui. A26. And, the displacement of the conjunction from its natural position at the beginning of the clause is characteristic of Gower's verse. CPL 152 upon the moor well and up sch eastat equals and in the morning she got up, and a 45, 49, B 121, 124, 135, 160, 182. See notes to LL. 32, 78 F or 32. Editors put a comma after wependi, and no stop after saileth, but it is Alcyon who weeps. The displacement of and is exemplified in the notes to L26 and LL. 78 F or 37. One had not to look for grief, a regular formula of understatement, meaning her grief was great. A 53. High rainy cope, and C, the rainbow, which was the sign or manifestation of Iris. A 59 ff. Propsimrios longo spellen carisessu, mons carvus, ignavidamus it penetralia somni. Metamorphoses 11. 592-3. Much of the poetry of Gower's description is due to Ovid. A 78F editors put no stop after May and a comma after hell. Hence the New English Dictionary quotes this passage as an isolated instance of noise, transitive, meaning disturb with noise. But noise is intransitive, hell is governed by about round, and the position of bot is abnormal as in L105. CP notes to LL 26, 32, and render but all round about the hill. A 105. For the word order see notes to LL 26, 32, 78F a 117. The LIF, the man, CP 4 a 43. A 118. Ithacus, for Aislos. According to Ovid, Aislos was the name by which he was known to the gods, but men called him for better. A 123. Pantases, Ovid's Phantasos. A 152. See note to L26. A 197. The halcyon, usually identified with the kingfisher, was supposed to build a floating nest on the sea in midwinter, and to have power to calm the winds and waves at that season, bringing halcyon weather. B2. I find D. Matthew Paris in his Chronica Myra, Ediluard, Rolls Series, Volume 2, pp 413 ff. Gives a similar story, which, he says, King Richard I often told to rebuke ingratitude. In this version, Vitalis of Venice falls into a pit dug as a trap for wild beasts. The rescued animals are a lion and a serpent. The rescuer is nameless, and the gem given to him by the serpent has not the magic virtue of returning whenever sold. Nearer to Gower is the story told in Nigel Wierke's Speculum Stultorum, a late 12th century satire in Latin verse, which, from the name of its principal character Bernellus the ass, who is ambitious to have a longer tail, is sometimes called Bernellus, cp. Chaucer, Nun's Priest's Tale, L 492, I have well rad in dawn Bernal the ass among his vers, and c. The poem is printed in T. Wright's Anglo-Latin Satirical Poets and Epigrammatists of the 12th century, Rolls Series, 1872, Volume I. At the end the ass returns disappointed to his master Bernardus, equals Bardus. Bernardus, when gathering wood, hears Dryanis, equals Adrian, a rich citizen of Cremona, call from a pit for help. The rescued animals are a lion, a serpent, and an ape. The gem given by the serpent in token of gratitude always returns to Bernardus, who, with more honesty than Gower's poor man shows, takes it back to the buyer. The fame of the marvelous stone reaches the king, his inquiries bring to light the whole story, and Dryanis is ordered to give half his goods to Bernardus. Gower probably worked on a later modification of Nigel's story. B86. Blessed, crossed, himself. B89. Between him and his ass, i.e. pulling together with the ass. The ass is, of course, the distinguished Bernellus. B 116. His ape, for this ape. B 191. Justinian, Emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, d. 565, was best known for his codification of the Roman law, and so is named here as the type of a lawgiver. 13. Dialect, Southwestern, with some Midland forms. Inflections, verb, present int. 3. Sg. Blower 7, caster 8. 3. Pl. Buer 10, haber 15. Present Pslyttyng, fritting B 59. Strong pp. Unoa 12, Yesada 30. Noun, note the plural in, en, Trentries a 44, 51, 53, Children B 16 is a double plural. Pronoun 3 pas dot, plhy a 17, here a 61, hammer 23. Note the unstressed 3sg. And 3 pl forme, for example at a 13, 27. Sounds. There is no instance of V for initial F, which is evidenced in the spelling of early southwestern writers like Robert of Gloucester, about 1300, or of Z for initial S, which is less commonly shown in spelling. U for OE. Y occurs in Hull's Hills A18, beside Byzines B24, where modern English has U in spelling but I in pronunciation, and lift, OELYFT, B39, where modern English has the southeastern form left. A 2-3. Meister. Minor HYS. Trevisa appears to have understood Minerva as the name of a god. A 6-49. Higden took all this passage from Book I of the 12th century Annals of Alfred of Beverley, E.D. Hearn, pp 6-7. The Polychronicon is a patchwork of quotations from earlier writers. A 7. Pecktown. Higden has ad Peckham, and Alfred of Beverley in Montague vocature Peck, i.e. the peak of Derbyshire. CC and CT are not distinguishable in some hands of the time, and Trevisa has made Peckham into Pecktown. A 14. Churt Hall.